The gatekeeper says non-allies are open prey this close to their fort. You better watch yourself. Says their door is always open for anyone willing to join their cause.
Epasi, Shisisumoro a Katira, Maliaruno, Matua, Silele, Mawa, Letele.
The Ankati tribe believe that solidarity is what is needed to keep the world in balance. They're steadfast in their conviction to unite the tribes and move forward together as one. The Sifu is convinced that defeating the World Eaters and helping the Tree of Life is the only way you can survive. He welcomes you to the Ankati fort and introduces himself as the tribe's Sifu. The Sifu says he's got word you already picked a side. However, remember that uniting the tribes means inclusion. You deserve a chance to change your mind. Their tribe is chosen for the salvation of the world. He now understands that you look on the world from the bright side, like they do. He sees no other way forward for you than joining them. Betraying your own feelings is even worse than betraying others. He respects your choice, even if it's a road to ruin. There's no turning back once the World Eaters have consumed the Tree of Life. He respects your decision to keep your current allegiance. However, that means he has no choice but to consider you the tribe's enemy. He wants you to know that even small decisions can have big consequences. The outcome of the tribe war will be profound, regardless of who wins. He's concerned you're unable to see the consequence of your decision and failing to see their side of things. It's a shame he couldn't convince you to join them. Commitment is not a word, it is action. That's what you've shown here today by honoring your allegiance. This goodbye is not the end. You're destined to meet again, but until then, he wants you to remember that united you'll stand, but divided you'll fall. He'd hoped you would have joined them by now. This day is as good as it's going to get. Everyone's going to hear you coming. Right way to change altitude. Take a good look around you. Looks like wholesome. A tidy little cave. You're such a luckster. Not enough key energy. You found Bionucleus 8C. These towers are one of the main reasons the old world went under. This area is biocontaminated. It's really hazardous. If you need to bath, blast it clear away. The grotto. It's deep enough to explore. You're bruised. Don't blow air, you'll need it. So much sharper. Wouch! Reach for those skulls. Your key energy is too low. Fan 'em back. Such nastiness. It's just putrid. Still feel dizzy? That means you're still alive. Take small breaths. Harm. The world is full of secrets waiting to be uncovered. Stand up on your own 2 feet. These steel legs were made for walking. That's built from great stuff. You need to point its face in the right direction. It's another old world bric-a-brac. Let's see. Let's see. You're still aboard your mount, which is probably a good sign. Shop, shop. That's one just over there. Go for it. Keep your head in the game. Says you'd think with the world dying, everyone would stop trying to figure out ways to blow it up. The noise is awful, but the bust craters are even worse. Says they don't know, but he keeps at it. Says Boom's grandma used to be big into explosions too. The old lady taught the young boomer everything she knew. He blasted right past her now, though. Hopes you get Boom to disarm, too. Time to disembark. Life is a difficult game, no matter how you play it. Tread soft, that's a monster nest, if ever I've seen one. Cries about how the Lotus Captain killed their kidling. They want to even things, but the Lotus Captain's too mighty. Says the Lotus Captain wanted to sacrifice the kidling to the Looper Lupin. How awful. Wants you to take down that Lotus Captain, forever time. Figures only you have the power to hold that captain's noggin. Seems content with that. Maybe a little weepy. The day is wasting. Time to get to it. This place looks like a real monster magnet. Bullseye. What a blow! Give a key a shot. Too bad, but all days must come to an end. Let's see. Says it's time to set the outpost free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to the right. If you can, you should try to convince the captain to give up the outpost and join your cause. They're ready to enter the outpost when you are. Every step you take towards your end goal will bring you closer to a better world. Here's the first line of defense. That's a bomb lobber. That hit the spot, wrecked it. A barrel shoot. Smack it to get a barrel out of it, then hit it toward the gate and blast it. That looks exploding. Shoot it and watch it blow. Not too close, though. Kaboom! You're in. Keep going. Here's the second line of defense. It's smoldering already. Give it a good smack. Give it a good smack. Almost there. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You're one step closer to ending the tribe war. Says you're in good company there. It's a fine way to ride. This place is called Puff Duff Bluff. Boom bangs around here. Let's see. This little fellow feels the world's on the edge of blowing itself up. He feels it's inspiring to see someone out there still banging away at it. Claims it's easier to make green by selling bullets than using them. Thinks you've built yourself up into a walking arsenal. He can't wait to see what you do with all that gunpowder. Save the world or help it go kaboom. Says that even boom makers can do some good if they make the right things explode. Just think about the tinks you can destroy with earth-shattering kabooms. What happens next depends on what you blow up. Says that life's kind of like a fuse. Sometimes it does just what you expect, and other times it catches you by surprise. Be careful with what you light up. Wonders what you would do to put that bang back in the bomb. Thought the world was kaboomed, but it looks like something might be growing in its crater. Wonders why you put so much work into making things safer. Can't see why you'd join up with the Myriad. They go around cutting his fuses short. Gotta test things somehow, doesn't he? But enough about you. Says his Muma Grandiosa taught him the secret source of making ammunition. And now that there's an endless need for bangs, business is booming. He was born during the baby boom back in the days, and he was so interested in the family business, he even got nicknamed Boom. He'll take the family secret with him to the grave, which could be any day now, with the world ending and all. Says they really do come in handy for making a point, and a hole too. Of course he doesn't want it, but if the world goes under, he hopes it goes with a bang. But before that, he wants to make the best of the time he's got. Boom says he's always looking for ingredients for ammunition. He has enough sulfur, but he can never get too much charcoal, so if you'll get him some of that, he'll make boom-sploding gunpowder just for you. Thinks you're the straightest shooter he's ever met.
Bet you can see clearly now.
Oh, that much light isn't good for you.
Oh, you're just afraid it'll burn you to ash and you'll blow away.
I'm not. Well, not that much.
You should be.
Let's see. This is way worse than moist. The moistest. It's Skypook Outpost. The Ankati tribe blew life into... Let's see. A plank place like this is a fire trap.
One son.
Boom says he's maybe the only one profiting from the way the world is burning. He's happy to put the charcoal from the scorched earth to good use. Boom says his speciality is homemade saltpeter, which he makes from a dung mix his friend Moog makes for him. Collecting the various dung that makes up the special Boom Poo blend is an expedition, though, so Moog isn't giving it up for free. However, you shouldn't need to part with too much green to buy the brown from Moog for him. Boom wishes you'd seen what his Muma Grandiosa used to make. She set the sky on rainbow fire with her sparkly booms.
Everything's so bright.
I mean, sure, if you like that sort of thing.
Just close your eyes if reality's too much for you.
You're too much for me.
Only because you're not used to watching a winner.
Boom welcomes you back on his terms. Glad you met Goop. Silly person. Hopes you're having a good day. So, Boom welcomes you. Has plenty to... You don't have it in you right now. nice and clear out today. Let's see. Moog asks if you know the first rule of monster haunting. It's to go where the monsters are. To haunt, you must know the grounds of your prey. Few monsters warrant the fear we have for them, and you don't look like someone that's easily scared. You could help him out. Start with one monster and take it from there. Spot its tracks and report back. Says you're right. You gotta catch 'em all.
Dark flees before light.
Oh, no need to shout.
There is when you're running so far away.
I'm still here.
Not for long if I have anything to do with it.
He didn't expect you to be back so soon. Says you should... Don't get distracted by all the destruction you can see this time of day. At least you got something for your trouble. It's a wild, with enough keys, you'd think. Nice shot. That board is filled with all sorts of hopes and fears of those who didn't like the city or nature and got trapped in between. You're getting close to what they used to call suburbia now. Not quite a city, and nothing like nature. When the cities became too polluted, some moved here. Eventually, they ran out of places to escape. Back then, it was easier to move away from the messes you made than try to do anything to clean them. You'll find some traces of travels, even out here in the sticks. Keep your guard up. Well, what do you know? There's another track. Sometimes even seasoned travelers needed a chance to get away from the hustle of the city. It's a wonderful place to raise a family, if you think there's a future for them. Moog says he's found keys in fluff dung before, and always wondered what they'd unlock. Discover the rest and you'll find more keys. There's plenty of poo to go around. Moog says you did good on that last monster. He hopes you have time to help him seek out the next one. It's not too far away. It shouldn't take you as long as the previous one. But that's no reason to waste time. If you keep at the haunt, you'll round them all up in no time. He still needs you to pin down the next monster. Moog appreciates your company. Says you should take care. At least you can feed this ride grass. You found Boulder Broke. Toxanol used this place to make big rocks into small ones. They just ground everything down. Faster, better. It's a rare sight. Treasure it. Wildlife here is teetering on the brink of extinction. We all are. The meat-eater again. Nothing seems to satiate his hunger. The gnat is done for unless you intervene. Tapped hard. Try to be friends with the beast. This is a spark plant, a place where they make the zap sparks for your go juice needs. You're fading. No time to graze, let's go. Every lock has a key.
Ja,
Moog says he's impressed. That's another monster pinned down. Moog says that thanks to you, he has the monsters mapped out now. Once he gets the word out, your friends and allies will know what and where to avoid. He guesses you're thinking the exact opposite, and you're still eager to find more. Claims he can always help you come up with a reason. Moog's glad you keep coming back. Fair enough all around. Even with the world ending, there are fresh days ahead. Boom looks excited. Can't wait to cook up a batch of special Boom sauce ammunition. Boom says that thanks to you, he's got a fresh batch of gunpowder ready to go. He's devoted his life to experimenting with various poo types for his saltpeter. That's how he came up with his special ammunition. And for as long as there's different dung in the mix, you never know what kind of boom candy you're going to end up with. Says he never had as much passion for things that don't go boom. Boom is happy you're in his face and not some pile of dung. Sharp dealing. Too bad you don't have working wings. Heroes make for the best stories. It's up to you if you want to be one. Let's see. You get used to the beastly smell, I hear. That's an old home, or what's left of it. You need to give the tensioners a matching adjustment. That sounds delicious. You're full of pluck. It's time to do what's right, for certain values of right. Quirk-Quarp outpost. The Netra tribe first beat this into shape. Let's see. There should be more cliffs here. Says they've been waiting for you to help them liberate. They've scouted the outpost while they were waiting and suggests you have a look at what they found before. There is a high boom team ready to help with taking over that outpost, but it seems their arc shooter is busted. Seems happy. Get up there and get fixing. Good hit. Hot hot. Who could stand against that? The arc shooters are already gearing up the high booms. Hope their aimers are fixed too. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger. He says you did a great job capturing the outpost. You're one step closer to ending the tribe war. Says you didn't have much of a choice. You have a chance to change the future for good or bad. The light of day shows how bad the world has become. This place is called Brightlight. Mito lives close by.
Sai Kantum.
Let's see. With the world getting darker by the day, there's not much time left to save it. And even though you've just met, he feels you're bound to play a huge part in that. Says there's so much darkness to deal with. Rather than curse it, he makes lamps to fight it. You've found your way through the darkness. You shine like the sun in the sky, but will you use that power to warm the world or burn it? Hopes you see how much good you can do with power like that, and how easy it is to let it drive you mad. No matter where your path takes you, though, it's important to remember where you came from. The past bright lights the present. Wonders if you know how much of an effect you've had upon the world. Your presence changes things like light changes darkness. Did you realize that when choosing where to shine? Says he can see that in the way you brighten everything up. So happy you know you're helping brighten the world. There's plenty of it that's still worth saving. Whatever happens to the world, you shone as bright as you could. That matters more than you know. Says you did the right thing in taking up with the Myriad. They buy lots of his lamps. That's a tribe that believes in the bright things in the world. It's clear you do. Nothing shines as bright as being right. Says he can see by the twinkle in your eyes that you're not here to talk about your allies. He assumes you are here to be enlightened. He can't blame you, as everything just feels dark and hopeless these days. There's something about you, like you're knit together. Your fate's connected. What you've said, he feels too. So why not call him Me Too? He senses you're like the dayfly, living every day like it's your last, afraid that when night comes, it might be proved right. Believes no one is entirely dark. Even the worst have a spark of good in them. Mito says there's darkness in everyone's life, but as a lamp maker, he wants you to know there's light too. His goal in this dying world is to be like a flame fly, burning to light the way for others, and therefore he still makes lamps. You look like you're in need of a special get-through-the-night lamp. But to make something like that, he'd need a flame fly. Says that's the kind of attitude that spreads light everywhere. Don't let yourself get fuzzily. Blisterboo, known for its perfect temperature and atmosphere. Blisterboo, known for its perfect temperature and atmosphere. There they are. You fixed those flame flies fast. That'll come in handy. The world's towering over you. Mito seems mesmerized by the flame fly. Its fire now burning in his heart, too. Sometimes there are ether lanterns as light as paper floating around in the sky at night. One of those would make a perfect fit for your fly. Scour the night sky and get him an ether lantern to work with. It'll have a... Mito says you're making sense to him. Understands you have things. Wonders how you could be so amazing when you were so quiet. Glad you met Goop. Hope you're still smiling about that. Goofy. Now that Mito has the ether lantern, he's able to convince the Flamefly into making it a special get-through-the-night lamp. He wishes he could do more to help, but too much light can blind as much as the night. Plans to keep making lamps until the light runs out of the world. Seemed fair. Mito says he's ready to illuminate your... Let's get that mount moving while the getting is good. Graceful. Ah, the Gnote pen. Noko never leaves this place. She's always put the living things first. Nooks isn't an easy language, but at least it's manageable. She says she is so happy to see you again.
Andro?
She wonders if you remember her. She's Noko. She let you ride her Majut when you were a kid. Noko remembers you used to chase around with so much energy and is glad to see you haven't lost any of that spark. But that's all long gone now, though. Memories show us where we've been, not where we're going. Seems reluctant to even say its name. It's become personal to her too, since it's taken so many of her innocent Gnotes as prey. Noko remembers those days too, but she never lets herself wallow in them, no matter how tempting that can be. She sees you're back to buck with Lupa Lupin. Can't see how there's any way to avoid that now. Not for long, at least. She says the horrors of your younger days were enough to ruin anyone, but not you. You've got all that cheer about you still. Noko says history is like the trail you've been on. You can walk back down it any time you like, until it's worn smooth. But you get to blaze your own trail from here. Then you are stronger than her. She can't help wanting Looper Lupin to pay for what he did to her gnotes, despite the fact it's against her nature. Asks how many paths you've wandered in the world, and if you ever wonder about what might have changed if you'd taken different ones. You can't do everything you want, can't go everywhere, can't see everything, only what you can. So happy the world is going to live, would have been crushed to see all the gnotes die with it. Likes that you stood up for the world and spurred your way toward helping it out. Glad you saw the light with the myriad. They always bring a sparkliness to any day, and sometimes the nights too. They're just so shiny, makes her smile to think about them. But let's not speak of that now. She has an idea where the Majut might have gone, as there's no other place it likes as much as its own corner of the open wild. She's even named it the Majut Meadow. The Majut will recognize the scent you've attracted while being here, so it'll probably trust you enough to follow you. You should lead the Majut back here when you find it. It's going to take time to get it calm enough to be able to ride out to the World Eater. It's the most magnificent creature she's ever encountered. A creature straight out of a dream or story. You found the Majut Meadow. Watch out for the Majut. Such a bright day to wander around in. Now that the Majut is back in the pen, it seems calm, but Noko is still concerned. She says the Majut is still anxious, but fortunately she knows just the thing it needs to calm down. The Majut once found and ate a bonbon gummy by mistake, and that the chewing really calmed it down. She says that you should find some bonbon gummies for the Majut by the crossway. At least, it's easy to describe. A crossway is where roads meet in a knot and merge. This one is in Sector 7J, if you're familiar with Out-of-Date's map. Let's see. If only you could jump as far as you can look. A crossway. This means you have a choice to make. Which way? Couldn't just be open, eh? It's time for an adventure, for good or bad. You should flick the switches in order to green-light the current and activate the electrons in the panel. Good. The loop is electrified enough to spark. That's a motored blind box dispenser. These auto markets were quite popular in the long gone for those who had coin left for fun. Cranks like these usually need to be wound to operate the dispenser. What you see is what you get. Once it's out of the blind box, that is. Wheel the control box handles to buzz the wire. Wired up and ready to go. Nighttime is the better time for lots of things. With its attention diverted to the chewy bonbon gummy, the Majut calms down. But Noko is still concerned. She's relieved the Majut has calmed down, but you'll need a heavier sit-tight to ride it than the one she's got. The only sit-tight she can think of that would be heavy enough is one she's spotted mounted on an old-world mecha-Majut. If she remembers correctly, she spotted it at the Smilo Shopperia while scavenging for treats for the Gnotes. That's not so far away. Seems to her they preferred the mecha-Majuts over the living counterparts in the old world. Maybe the Gnotes were near extinct. Don't let yourself get fuzzly. The Smilo Shopperia. Guess shopping here put a smile on your face. You're not dead yet. Super effective. eye... As the eye box broadcasts, it's hit or miss, but when it does hit, it's usually right in the feels. Definitely not open. It really is a different world underground. You need to line up the switches so they match. Good. That's enough electric current to initiate the actuators and activate the framework. Now hold on, sit tight. Isn't that the Mechamajut over there? You need to loosen the bolts without rattling the Mechamajut. That's it. The sit-tight is loose. Time to stop horsing around and get the sit-tight back to Nocco. There are real... Now that the Majut's got a mouthful of Bon Gummy and the brand new sit-tight is in place, the Majut is ready to ride. Nocco's been training another fantabulous little critter that'll hopefully become a distraction for the hoof puff when you confront it. She's called them glitter moths, and the best way to find them is to go talk to Mito. She's asked him to keep them somewhere safe. You'll find Mito at Bright Light. He's a light-headed fellow, but hopefully he'll remember where he stored the moths. They're small airborne creatures with bright reflective wings and a conspicuous fluttering flight. Claims it's Mito says he's not only into those who shine bright, he likes things that glitter too. He reckons you haven't seen a glitter moth and says it's about time you did. Even though they're nesting near gone grass, they never run out of glow. Finding yourself a glitter moth would give you that glimmer of hope you need to continue all the way to the end. Glows with delight at your bright passion for the light. They used to call this a thoroughfare. Look at all those old homes. If the mount didn't throw you, you're good. That place there's a real fixer-upper, not an entirely lost cause. This rope seems solid. Glittermoth Cave is right here. Hope this rain is warm. That's enough glitter moths to make her plan work. She wants you to stop worrying about the paths you've ridden and focus on the inevitable road ahead, the one that leads to confrontation with the World Eater. The hoof puff is evidence of the duality of evolution, utterly beautiful and grotesque at the same time. She means that the hoof puff has had more time to eat at the root as it's been isolated in the Knoopstonies mountains. So, based on that alone, she reckons it has suffered as much damage as the northwest root that's hidden beneath the surf. It reminds her of the gnotes and, like them, it's hoofed. They're just a lot bigger. Yeah, the future is in your hands, so take care of it. The night is ending soon. more useful than ever. Grab that steerer tight. That's a den for dangerous critters for sure. The end is coming to the world, and everything else. Put a key in that. The darkness swallows everything at night. The antenna needs to be pointed in the right direction. As the eye box broadcasts, it's hit or miss, but when it does hit, it's usually right in the fields. The salt feels crusty on your skin. Thinks it's awful how you can't find good pastries anymore. And how they treat you when you eat them. Oh, no thanks. Figures they'll fill your belly, at least. They've never been brave enough to try his craziest creations. If you're desperate enough to give them a go, good for you. Says there's nothing Lump likes to talk about more. Just check that strong out. Go make the most of the day. The float boat used to see lots of traffic, but that's dwindled over time.
Falata.
Let's see. Can't believe you're actually working on the world. Most would be happy to stuff themselves silly while they wait to see what happens. Feels powerless to do anything but eat, and even that's trouble. Wonders how you manage to feel like you can make a difference still. And if you're going to try, which way will you try to sway things? You think you can save the world, but the world is so much bigger than you, than all of us. After all, the problems of the Tree of Life are so much bigger than those that live within it. What can anyone really do? Says it's a metaphor. You can figure it out. Looks like you decided to start working the kitchen yourself. You could have just sat there and waited for more food, but you wanted to cook. It was the biggest feast he ever made. So good. But who you dine with isn't as important as what you eat, right? Says he has a lump in his tum-tum. That's how it's been since the world turned, but he's convinced you can make the burble go away. You need cookies, you and him both. They are the sweetest little bit of comfort food. His mookies in particular are nom-nom. Says they're sweetsy, toothsome, and so good. Lump says the only thing he can make now are cookies. No one likes cookies, but his oven won't heat up without a new spark plug. As soon as he gets a spark plug, he'll make a special bakey just for you. Thanks you for doing all you can for his tum-tum. treasure this part of the land while you can. Back on your own 2 feet? Just line up those nodes and yank it out. Careful it doesn't spark you. You got the plug. You're the one in charge now. It's possible to overchill. Lump is heated, oven fired up and all. Should be enough spark to keep it going until the end of the world. Now that the oven is sparking hot, it's time to bake. To be worthy of sweets, you must have tasted bitters, and he can see you've had a fair share. Sadly, his supply of whiffle dust is gone with the wind. That means he can't bake the special cookies he wanted, disco biscuits. Get him some whiffle dust, and he'll make a figures he can set you up with. Lump says there are still things. Ought to be some whiffle dust nearby. Look for an oven. The best stories are about heroes. This is such a story. That monster hates life. Understands completely. That's the oven. Now, just crank up the temp gauges and catch the cloud it makes. Now that the whiffle dust is secured, Lump's ready to yo-yo. His disco biscuits are known for their hullabaloo. Better get them while they're hot. Cukies, mookies, and the odd poppadocaricle. Says his Muma Grandiosa taught him the inside-outs of the oven. A done deal. Fits you well. Looks cute. Glad you covered that up. A mount peak is always farther away than it looks. You found Camp Mossirk. Look for the bandits. Zap 'em good. Itchy trigger finger. What you do here matters to you and the world. Was this worth all the trouble? This might be the end of everything as we know it. You need to swivel the globus's bearings. You can't really understand your story till it's done. You need to unturn the pipe tightness to drain the flush stool. That's the kind of trouble you really want to wash away. Hey, there's some scronky metal scrap for you. Let's see. There's the sovereign who runs this outpost. He didn't expect his outpost to be invaded, but now that you're working with their rival, he can see why. Needs a logical reason for him to surrender the outpost without a fight.
Legenyula malebo.
He can recognize the strength of a good argument and agrees it's for the best. He'll surrender the outpost to you. The outpost belongs to your tribe now. He says you made them weaker, but they won't give up. Your Sifu thanks you. Your tribe is growing stronger.
What?
Thinks you did a great job capturing the rival's third outpost, and believes the rival is weak enough to engage them at their fort. They all hope you can lead them to peace. The night could be fun. That number doesn't work for you. You need more scrap. Let's see. The story will go on as long as there is someone there to listen. Let's see. They've been waiting for you, taking control of this. The scouts have reported activity nearby that's worth looking into before you enter the fort. The plan is to fling you over the wall with a sling lobber. However, he wants you to secure a hard hat first, should anything... It's better you go and find one for yourself. It can't be too much trouble, though. It's one size fits all. It's chilly up in the mountains. It's time to set the rival tribe free. Inflict as little damage as possible as you make your way through to their Sifu. Convincing the... That's a fire starter. The dry grass looks like it would ignite easily. You just need to create a spark to light a fire. It burns brighter than the light. Zapped! That hurt him. Take this seriously, or it'll take you down. The battering bonker looks like a great way to get through the gate. Bet you just need to knock and it'll open up? That's bonkers. The Netra tribe values liberty and is striving to protect freedom. They want to continue with each tribe being responsible for their own and believe that uniting the tribes is the only way you can survive. He was hoping it wouldn't end this way. There's no reason to fight instead of uniting. It would be fighting over nothing. He thinks being likable isn't enough. If fight is all you do, he can't stand by you. He's realized a peaceful end to this would be best. He'll entrust the fort to you. The rival Sifu is defeated, and the destiny of their tribe is in your hands. You are free to choose their fate, but not free from the consequences of your choice. He'll leave it up to you to decide the fate of the rival Sifu, but suggests you be merciful. Thinks it's a good gesture to offer support to others when you can see that they need it. And with that, you're spinning your own fate, good or bad, never to be undone. Side by side they'll stand until order and stability is reinstituted. He's gotten news that the other tribes have realized there are no winners in this war. There's no purpose in antagonism. The way he sees it is that you've been forced into opposition. Your tribe didn't start the war, but it's fallen to you to end it. It's clear your efforts have been successful. There's light at the end of the tunnel. The tribe so. Do you want to end the war now or continue the crusade? He agrees. Better save your energy for something meaningful. It's the Netra claw chain. Even the grass is shorter. He knows things that you need to know. Thinks it's strange that your follower is a machine. So thrilled that will be. He knows things that you need. Oh. breathe in that day shine. Yuck! That there's a sludge gush field. That notice board is cleaner than just about anything else around here. You're nudging up toward a played-out sludge field. Just follow your nose. This place used to pump sludge from the ground for fuel. If you think the sludge was nasty, it was worse when the Toxanol Corporation burned it. Some of it, but mostly they sent it to plants where they turned it into go juice, and then burned that. Looking down from the mountaintops might be a bad idea. You're in pain. Even the trees are tougher here. Look at those notices on the board. Too bad the gnotes couldn't read them. If you wander around here, you might find Noko. She just loves those gnotes. Once the power ran out, it made sense to ride gnotes, and that tradition continued through the years. Nope, you still have to feed them, but food's easier to find than go juice. Watch your step here, and you might find tracks of another traveler. Found it, even under all the muck in the gnote pen. Hard to believe the gnotes didn't trample it. They seem faster than you, and don't forget that when you ride them, they do all the work to keep you moving. You should keep moving. Can't let those gnotes blaze the trails for you. A land as tough as you. Let's see. That old home might not be stripped clean yet. You're here for a reason. It's up to you to figure out what that is. You need to turn the pegs in sync. You really put a spin on it. Says they're tired of thinking so much about how the Tree of Life is dying. In the past time, they had boxes that would think for them. Called them mind monitors. Got to find one of them. Thinks they used to have them everywhere, but mostly inside, on worktops. Most mind monitors were kept indoors. Maybe look for one there. It'll probably be broken when you find it, but you're giddy smart. Get it running, and that mind monitor will do your thinking for you. Says you'd be an even better solver. Always happy to talk with you, even about your own think thoughts. Says there's an interesting place nearby that no one knows about, but doesn't really want to talk about it right now. Not sure if you're likable enough to be let in on it. Says you look trustworthy. Might as well tell you where it is. Says you seem like a type of person who'd fit right in here. Seems surprised you have to go. Always happy to talk with you. So, it's gone from being late to being early. Someone set up camp in a tree. Shot through. Middle-lifed. Boom, boom. Stories keep moving whether you drive them or not. Pick up the pace race. Vump is the place to be, obviously. Let's see. Begs you to help him out. He's covered in sludge. He can't get it off and it's making him squick-sick. Can you find a way to get him clean before he dies? Figures it can't be long. Says he figured out what he needs to get clean. See that giant toofer brush up on that tall sign? That would be the perfect scrub brush. You know, it snows in the mountains all year round. There's the big gum brush we need to get that greased up critter clean. Shake it loose. Right between the eyes. Every day is a new chance to fulfill your destiny. Says you're... What a scrub-a-dub. So clean. Welcomes you back. No need to brush this time. Move before it decides to have lunch. The day almost makes you want to smile. Let's see. It's a place well hidden. It's just below the above. Out of Date's impressed you made it this far, but there's still so much left to do. The end of the world is still on everyone's minds. You've beaten a path where you have the power to destroy or save everyone. Question is, what you'll do with that responsibility. He can sense that your heart beats steadily and acknowledges that the best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Thinks it's important that you remember who you are and where you came from. Someone without knowledge of their history and origin is like a tree without roots. It's important to stay grounded. You share the same fate as the tree. Out of Date says there's a time for everything, and now there's no use thinking of the past, for it's gone. Think of the present, because that's where you are. It's time to set your priorities as the one who completes things. If you continue to do good, good will follow you. If the world really does end, there won't be anywhere to run. So he's prepared for the worst, something he calls the Ark. Two sides to everything, but for him it would be devastating if you were forced to use the Ark to escape while the world crumbled. Out of Date says there's no clear record of the chain of events that changed the course of history and brought the world to its knees. He's found evidence on the Ark, records of a crisis, decades of contamination that permeated the ground and broke its inner core. The contamination disrupted what we now know as key energy, the life force that runs through all things, living and inanimate. He's been told the blight affected everything at a genetic level and turned our perception of normality on its head. It was only those that changed that avoided extinction, proving that the possibility for survival and renewal was real. He understands you are curious about the ship at the foot of the tree. He says it surfaced when the oil broke through the ground. The Ark has room for 4 more, and he trusts you'll apply wisdom to your compassion and choose whom to save if the world comes to end. He'll keep the seats open, and you are free to invite up to 4 others to join you in the Ark in the event of a cataclysm. Out of Date says the word about what you've done so far is spreading. The tribes haven't lost hope yet. He appreciates what you've done so far, but unfortunately he's had urgent news from his friend Wiz in the northwest. He's unsure about your intentions, but hopes you'll support Wiz. He says he'll point you in the right direction, but finding Wiz and making sure he gets what he needs is up to you. That doesn't sound good. Out of Date's hunch is real. The Merc Puff is up next. Out of Date says that Wiz is worried now that the Northwest World Eater is stepping up its activity. He explains that Wiz is working on an undersurf vessel in order to get to the World Eater, but needs help to get it done. Out of Date suggests that you should head northwest as fast as possible and see what you can do to help. He wonders what's on your mind. Understand.